walk in, get ready to start my flight. Flight checklist, click on buttons, knobs, levers, and switches. Flying these planes is my everyday riches. A PMD 737, ready for another flight. When things get rough, baby, hold on tight. If you wanna catch the flight, come to Lounging with John. Right here on TikTok, in the lounge where we never go wrong. PMD 3737, ready for another flight. When things get rough, baby, hold on tight. Come and fly with me. I got the best AI, even if I just can't see. Ready for another flight. When things get rough, baby, hold on tight. Come on and fly, come and fly with me. I got the best AI, even if I just can't see. Come on and let's fly, baby, fly. A PMD 737, ready for another flight. When things get rough, baby, hold on tight.
All right, everybody, welcome back to this wonderful flight that we're about to do here. This flight is also being recorded as well as being live. I have got Mr. Brandon Armweak with me. I mean Armstrong.
Except I'm not weak, but thanks.
What's up, Brandon? How are you, buddy?
I'm great, enjoying our nice, warm, calm weather today, and it's beautiful outside.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's a beautiful day. What's that one show that kids used to watch? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Yes, I used to be one of those kids.
Yeah, you're a Mr. Rogers fan. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not now, but I was when I was a kid.
I feel like there's been bad things, and I'm not going to say names because I don't want nothing, you know what I'm saying, but I feel like there's bad things that happen with that guy, I think. Anyways.
Yeah.
We'll leave that on a different table for a different time. Oh my goodness, you guys. So good to be here again, though. Let me explain to you what happened last flight. As a flight simmer, when you use screen readers and stuff, we have something called spam.
Yes.
Spam meaning...
It's not the kind of spam you guys get in your email inboxes.
And it's not the spam in the can in your kitchen neither. This is like when there's different messages going across our flight simulator and the reader reads it over and over continuously. It does affect you being able to fly. Like it's aggravating. You know?
Yeah, it's very aggravating.
So we're redoing the flight. I gotta
options menu, page 1 of 1.
I gotta change our location here though, because I got us in the wrong spot.
Up window. Warning.
Because I already bypassed one of my jobs. I'm not gonna do this one too. We're gonna do this flight. Anyway, yeah, I'm flying on a pilot's life now, Brandon.
24%.
Just so you know. Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome menu.
Um,
Page 1 of 3.
which
Press
actually,
map. Button 2 of 5.
a pilot's life 2 is really good. It's not bad.
That's
Press
good.
to more. Search results. Aircraft selection and select department. Search
So we're
results.
flying from KMSY.
KMSY/Armstrong New Orleans.
That's
INT
Armstrong, New Orleans. Ever heard of it?
Armstrong New- Switch departure and select arrival.
Yes, I have. I've actually been to New Orleans.
Okay, and we're flying to KCVG,
KCVG/Cincinnati/Northern
Cincinnati/Northern
Select
Kentucky.
arrival. KCVG
That's right.
Switch departure KMSY runway 29.
There's something else I want to explain, and I know Brandon, he's experienced this even on P3D.
Gate 2 gate small.
There is, what did Andy call that earlier? When you get a waypoint or a localizer where you gotta go and basically do a UE, come back and grab it. What do you call them? There was some,
Back
Gate 4
course.
gate small.
yeah,
back course.
back course.
Gate 4 gate small.
I definitely had a
Fort
back.
Worth is really famous for that.
Oh, it is.
Gate 6 gate small.
And
Drop down option.
I had a
Gate 6 gate small.
kind of a similar. It was like a back course. I don't know if you would call it a back course necessarily, but anytime you're coming up on your runway and you got to go past it and do a UE, you know,
Yep.
at
41%.
you know 400 plus whatever. Well,
Yep.
300 knots, but then airspeed it's like 400 and something. You know, it's not easy
Loading,
to
please wait.
turn around and just turn and get it. When you
Exactly.
when you connect to
Loading
the
please.
ILS,
84%.
you gotta let it connect with you at a reasonable speed, like under 200 for sure. A good
Yeah.
speed is 170 knots. If you can catch it at 170,
Loading,
that's
please wait.
a very comfortable
84%.
place to be. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. So I want to talk about
Please wait. 84%.
newbie pilot tips, things that can help you as a new
Loading.
pilot.
85%.
If you are new at flying, this would be the stream for you to ask questions. If you are a new pilot and you're watching this video at a later time, email us 737flights@gmail.com. I promise you, any questions you have, they will get received and they will get answered. If you got a question for me, whether it's for me, Brandon, whoever it's for, even if you had a question for Andy and him not even being on, on the streams all the time, I would still reach out and say, hey, someone was asking this, what is your answer?
Right.
I try to stay connected with as many people as what I can, even in the community. I try. Some people might not, for some reason, like me. I don't know why. Because I'm like, I'm not a saint, okay? But I'm not mean to people. I'm good to everybody. Like, I don't sit around thinking, what can I say about this person and that person and this person and that person and blah, 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 blah. Or when Brandon gets off here, wait till he disconnects. I'm going to say this and say that. And oh, boy, you wait. I don't do that.
Nope.
So anyway, the first thing that I want to say to you is this. As a new pilot, whether it's in simming or in the real world, you either like it or you don't. I really don't think there's a middle place for flying. It's either something you like and you learn and you get better, or you don't like it while you try to fly and you don't learn because you don't like it. You don't get better because you don't like it the way you thought you would. Right? So that's the first thing. Figure that out. If you know, like, man, I love flying. Yes, I love it. Hey, congratulations. Welcome to the community. Okay? The other thing is this. Take this with you and keep a hold of it the whole time that you fly, whether as a new pilot or as someone that's experienced. Don't never come in with the attitude that now I can fly, I know everything.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to have that attitude.
You learn all the time. And I know some might say, well, there's
And always
only...
be open to learning.
Yeah. And some might say, well, there's only so much to learn. So once you learn it all, then you do know it all. No. Because things change. Right? Like even regulations, they might change. So, guys, I even actually have the 737, 737-700, the 737-900, and the 737-900ER. I've got the manuals here. They're the real thing, but we're in a simulator, so it's going to match. That's why when someone was on YouTube one day saying that, why do you still, play this game? It's not a game. It's a simulator. Big difference. Okay? That's the other thing you gotta understand. Don't treat it like a game, because it's not a game. You gotta learn real stuff. Right? One of the first things that I encourage people to learn is understand headings. Like if I told Brandon right now, if I said, Brandon, what direction would I be going if I'm at a heading of 280? Hopefully he could give me an answer pretty quickly.
Yeah, it'd be about west, I believe.
It'd be northwest.
Northwest.
Because 270 is west.
Right.
0 is north/360. 90 is east. And 180 is south.
Okay.
Okay. Why I answer it real quick every time. Why I answer this? Explain to them some of your learning things that you learned in the beginning.
Okay, so yeah, I've had to learn things like headings, and it really came into play when I started flying on VATSIM, because before, when I was flying, I was just not even paying attention to things like headings and like, oh, okay, I'll just fly and I'm just going along and not really have to worry about it. Well, when I got on VATSIM, I learned real quick I had to start using things with headings and knowing my speeds, my altitudes, whether there was traffic ahead.
I mean,
and
go ahead.
Heading's really important.
Headings is very important, and if you can learn, at least start out by just memorizing the directions. North 0, 360. East 90. West
90. South.
What's west, Brandon?
South 180. 260.
West is 260?
Or 270, sorry, excuse me.
It's 270, right? Am I telling you wrong?
Yeah, 270.
Is that right?
Nope.
Is it?
270 is west.
Okay. I was making sure I wasn't. Yeah, I'm not always perfect. Okay, so the point is, Brandon, if I'm going a heading of 120, what direction am I going?
So you would be
Roughly.
going
What direction would that roughly be?
roughly a little to the south, because south is 180, so
Well, it'd be southeast.
southeast.
Or because 120 is closer to that 90, you could say east southeast.
Yeah.
So you don't got to be like dead on specific when you quiz yourself on it, but just give the rough idea. Like if I said, okay, Brandon, if I'm going 190, what direction is that? That's going to
That'd be
be,
roughly
yeah, I'm curious what you say. Go ahead.
southwest.
Yeah,
Southwest.
southwest. That's right. So if it's between the main heading numbers, you go with whatever direction that is and add both directions. So if it's between
Yeah.
south and west, southwest. If it's between west and north, northwest.
Northwest.
Right? So learn your headings. Learn your headings. Let me go to monitor here real quick. Jesus joined.
Oh, and
Okay,
I
hi
was
Jesus.
going to also point out, if you're going to do any sort of ATC as a new pilot, definitely don't get on VATSIM. First off, do something like
Say intentions.
say intentions or something like that, so you'll get the practice of how to do what's called an IFR departure
And if you-
clearance request.
Because you can
33 minutes ago. Messenger. Notification.
because you can get on say intentions with a free account too. Now you're going to get
Yeah.
the much lower quality ATC voices, and you're not going to get all the AI stuff, but you can still learn from it. Or you could download
Right.
you could download FSATC Chatter, and
You can
basically
do that too.
it's just a program that runs when you're flying, and you can listen to like pre-recorded pre-recorded flights with communications. The idea is,
Yep.
if you get to that point and you want to learn it, that's a good way to do that.
Yeah.
Because if you're into flying big time like that, at some point you're going to want to fly on VATSIM, or I've not been back on VATSIM for a minute, but I was gone for pretty much 2024. I flew some, but I didn't fly a lot in 2024,
No, you didn't.
and I flew very vaguely in 2023 because I had a lot going on. So
And I got a story about a new pilot in VATSIM. I remember this very well because I was the one that took him on there.
And then here in a minute, when I step away, it's just for like 2 minutes. I got to run out and grab something. I'll let you talk to him.
Okay.
But all right, go ahead.
So, I had been playing on VATSIM for a little while, and somebody reached out to me and was like, well, I'm interested in going on VATSIM. Okay. So, I teamed up and I was like, all right, we'll go on VATSIM. So, we team up. He gets on VATSIM. I get on VATSIM. We're doing the same flight. And you gotta love that.
Hello.
And so we
Be
get
right back.
on. Okay.
Keep talking
He
to him,
doesn't
Brandon.
know
I'll be
how
right back.
Okay. He doesn't know how to do his IFR clearance requests. So I walk him through how to do it. He gets the departure. He requests it. They give him the clearance. He reads it back. He does that okay. The trouble starts when we get up in the air. So the controller tells him to go to a heading of 180. And he goes, what does that mean? I don't understand. He just starts flipping out. And I'm going, oh my God, relax, dude. You got to turn. Go and put in your heading. And he was just flipping out. Oh, I can't do this. I can't do this. And it's, I can't get to this heading of 180. So I got to tell this. No, dude, you got to turn your plane to that heading. So, needless to say, it didn't work out with him, and I never went on VATSIM with this person after that because it was just too much of a chore. and this would be the same person that would lower their landing gear over the ocean for whatever reason. I don't know why they would do this. They would lower their landing gear when they were over the ocean flying. And I could never figure out why they were doing it. I just thought it was strange. But that's my story about VATSIM and that person. It was kind of embarrassing, to be honest. I mean, because the first thing they do when they get up in the air on there is they flip out when they get told to go to a different heading. Like, and that's something you can't do. Like, when you're told to go to a different heading or a vector by an ATC controller on VATSIM, you got to do it. You can't just be like, oh, can I do this? Can I do that? No. You got to do what they tell you to do. And when Johnny comes back, I'll have him tell you the story about his ATC experience with him being a good pilot, but you have on the other side, you got a few bad ATC controllers that don't understand visually impaired pilots coming out of Los Angeles. That was an adventure in itself.
All right, folks. I apologize about that, but you know, real life happens.
So
So
I was just telling everybody about this pilot I went and he flipped out on VATSIM, and I was telling them about the thing that you had happen to you on VATSIM with a controller and them not understanding visual impairment
so
going out of Los Angeles.
the one thing with us on VATSIM, at least for now, until technology changes this, we can do all of our stuff, our checklist. We can do all that stuff, you know, starting out at the gate. What we can't do is we can't taxi on our own, and we can't get to the runway on our own. So what we have to do is reposition. And basically what that means is, for us, we do right bracket control R, a box pops up, we put in the name of the airport, hit enter, it gives all the runways that's at that airport, we pick the runway that we want, hit enter, bam, it drops us on the runway, at the edge of the runway.
Yeah.
Okay? So, we do everything else the regular way, though. We request pushback with startup. We still request taxi even before we jump to the runway. So, the one day, I'm at an airport and there's no ATC that's available. So, when that happens, you go to what they call Unicom. Right? Am I saying that right?
Yep.
You-
Yes.
You go to Unicom, which means there's no ATC, but you're still on the radio, and other pilots are tuned to the same thing in that area when there's no one, so you're still able to communicate with the pilots. So I do my startup, I do my taxi, I announce that I'm repositioning, all this stuff like you're supposed to. Even without ATC, you still announce I'm repositioning the runway, blah, blah, blah. With the departure tube, blah, blah, blah. So I do all that, I take off, and as I'm climbing, I think I'd already got to up to like 20 some odd thousand feet. So I'd been in the air for a quick minute. Well, then ATC logs on, and the guy's like, at the time it was a different airline that I ran. It was called Freedom Global, and he said, Freedom Global, I'm going to need you to turn around and come back and land. You did not get authorization and was not cleared to take off yet.
Or take off, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this much. I didn't land. And he kept on giving me trouble about it. Well, there was another pilot that took off from that same airport, and that was a controller. And the controller
Actually, it happened to be a supervisor.
and put that person in check in a quick second.
Yeah,
Said
because they were right behind
they're
you.
like, he's not landing. You need to contact me at this whatever it is they do. They give a frequency for them to talk on. I'm pretty sure he lost his job that day.
Well, and the thing about it was, the guy was even trying to give you the wrong headings, too. Like, he was trying to intentionally make you crash.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
'Cause I remember that, because he even said to you, like, oh, don't pay attention. He's just trying to give you the wrong headings.
As a new simmer, I would not recommend VATSIM for at least
No.
give yourself 90 days to learn. And I get it. You're going to want to get on VATSIM. The urge is going to come. But if you get on VATSIM, make sure you're ready. And I don't mean it perfectly ready, but make sure you at least understand how it works. Because I still have trouble sometimes with VATSIM with one understanding people. But the thing that you could do on your own is practice some of the things that you say all the time. For example, Brandon, we're gonna let's pretend that pretend that I am ATC, and I want you to request clearance, and I want you to do what you would do to request clearance to Miami, Florida from, let's say, well, it don't matter where you're. Well, yeah, just act like you're wanting to go to Miami, Florida. What do you do?
Okay, so what I would do is I'd contact Ground, of course, and I would say, Gold Star International. Let's try this again. Gold Star International, Niner Bravo Alpha, requesting IFR clearance to Miami. We have information Zulu.
And then ATC's going to come back and they're going to say Gold Star International. They're going to give you I'm trying to think the best way to say it. They're going to say something like Gold Star International, you clear for Miami via the Broadway 2.
Via the Broadway.
Broadway 2. Departure. Yeah, Broadway 2 for departure. Climb to 4,000 after 10. Climb to 4,000. Climb to and maintain 4,000 and expect cruise altitude 10 minutes after departure. Connect and then hold on. Connect to departure at 311.35. Squawk 2648 or whatever.
Yep. So I would say Gold Star International, Niner Bravo Alpha, clear to Miami via the
Broadway 2
departure. We said
Broadway 2
via the Broadway 2 to Broadway 2. Climb to 4,000. Climb and maintain 4,000. Expect flight level 340. 10 minutes after departure. Contact departure on 146.35. Squawk 0.35. Squawk 1146.
Yeah. Now here's something that confuses people. You can actually say it back in shorter terms as long as you're given the information that needs to be. For example, you could even say IFR approved Departure Broadway 2, climbing to
Climb to
4,000,
4,000.
cruise altitude 10 minutes after departure, and then give your, so you can shorten it, and they'll usually approve
Which
it.
is what I've done. Yeah, which I've done that because some of that is really long, and I've done it in shorthand, and they've approved it every time I've done it.
Yeah. Long as you're given, and you can practice this too. And sometimes, like I said, sometimes it's hard to understand them. And if you're still having trouble understanding them, you can ask them for a, my gosh, what is it called? I'll have to look it up here real quick for you. It's called, what is it called when a
Computer. Volume up.
pilot wants
Computer.
to get their
Computer.
clearance
Computer.
through text due to heavy audio issues?
Computer. Open Night Manager. Computer. Open Night Manager.
Yeah, it's called a CPD.
CPDL.
Yeah, CPDL. Or it might be
Can't
just,
remember
it
what
might
that
be
acronym
just,
stands for.
I think it might just be labeled as CPL or CDL, but it's a data link. So basically,
Yeah.
you're just requesting a data link, and then they'll send you the info via the through message, and then that's it. You don't got to say nothing back. You got to copy.
I do that when I can't understand them.
Now I will copy what they send me, and I'll send it back to them for just to make sure, and they'll see it and they'll say, yeah, you're cleared. So then, now here's the thing: once they say that, you're jumping to the runway, but before you take off, you still gotta let them know you're ready to take off. Just because you got your IFR clearance, don't mean you jump to the runway and just take off. You get to the runway, then you gotta let them know ready for takeoff.
Yes.
And you're gonna see,
Absolutely, you do.
you'll see that here in a minute. But that's how you do that. Let me look at
And
the.
also, if you are visually impaired, you got to put that in your remarks too.
Jack Ace. That's funny. The name there, Jack Ace. That's
Oh, I
that's
know.
funny.
Done.
Anyway, so little things that you can do to get yourself better, you know, that make it easier for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right now we're sitting at gate 6. I'm going to load. I'm going to load my say intentions. Hit new flight. Oh, wait a minute. Well, got to update with say intentions. That's okay. Next. There we go. I guess you got to do a
We
sub.
got another scrum on Starship? What's going on? Oh no, we didn't.
How's that going?
Looking like we're gonna launch today. Computer, volume down.
Good deal. All right, here we go.
They're 8.5 minutes out from launch, folks.
How many?
8.5 minutes.
Nice. All right. Say Intentions had an update. If you are a simmer and you don't have Say Intentions yet, and you might be interested in doing beta, please let me know. I can send you a link. I can only give out like 5 links. So if you want to do beta, let me know.
No, I'm actually interested, but I don't have a way to do it yet.
Yeah, that'd be. So with Say Intentions, some of the things you'll see here is
Computer. Open Nightmare.
you'll put your SimBrief username in there, and then you can also, it looks like you can even hit create flight plan from the settings menu, because there's a create SimBrief flight plan button here in settings.
Nice.
I don't know what this means. Squelch tail effect. I don't know what that is.
Computer. Buy energy.
Wonder what that is. Squelch tail effect.
I don't know. Computer. Big.
Okay, so that's general. Then you got identity.
Computer. Auto fight.
Then you got your headset, controls. I need to make a control for.
Computer. Ask Night Manager auto fight.
Whoa! What did I do?
Auto fight.
You must see the opportunity of saying, yeah, the race is go because everybody from everywhere in the globe is watching. Everybody's go for.
Let me go back to settings. I hit a button on accident. That was Brandon's fault, but
Don't blame me for that. You did it on your own, sir.
I did not. Stop blaming me, Brandon. No, I'm just kidding.
You did it, sir. That's your fault. I'll tell David you're hitting the wrong buttons in the cockpit.
Okay, I think we're good. Let's go ahead and. So, Say Intentions, you can get where you can hear other people. I don't have that turned on. There's multiplayer live. Live local proximity. That means people it's just in your area.
Which I'll probably have turned on mine.
Yeah, I just turned mine on. I forgot they had that. Pre-recorded, no. Share audio, I'm not really worried about that, whether I do or don't. I don't know about Brandon. He might want people to hear him. It don't matter to me.
I don't care.
Then Skynet multiplayer. Amount of chatter, I put to 10 because otherwise it is going to be a little spammy. Okay. So I got my tour guide. The other one that's good for newbies would be the mentor.
Yeah. I'll definitely be taking advantage of that when I start flying these aircraft.
Let's actually use the mentor this time and see if he says anything to me during the flight. So you got Uncle Harley, Two-Tone Murphy, Millie Skybound Professional.
Uncle Harley, what'd they do? Take a Red Dead Redemption character and put him in?
Uh,
No, that's Harlow, not Harley.
John Beckett, professional streamer. Howard Forder. Chance from Real Sim Gear Professional.
Okay.
I don't know who the Howard is.
I don't either.
Or Millie Skybound. I wonder who that is. We'll use Millie.
Oh, I was gonna say use Murphy. I like Murphy. I like how cheerful he is.
Yeah, he is. But I want to see who this other one is. So we're going to... Alright, so we're going to hit new flight. And do this again. Because I also changed some settings so I don't get no more spam with the auto throttle and autopilot stuff. That is very spammy.
And that's another thing I want to point out to other pilots. When you're flying and you're talking to people, when you're on your takeoff and approach and landing phases of flight,
Pay attention to it.
I definitely would not be carrying on a conversation with other people.
No. Because I wasn't even talking earlier. And it wasn't like I'm not blaming anybody, but just because I heard people talking in the background, it distracted me a lot. You know what I'm saying?
That was partly my fault too, because I was asking questions.
No, you're good.
I
But
shouldn't have been.
but you got to focus on approach and takeoff.
Right.
You got to. So it's all good. So I got a new flight set up here. So I'm going to...
Wow. I'm amazed I can actually still do an IFR clearance request. That's amazing. I haven't been on VATSIM in years. And I can still do it.
So I'm going to request Gold Star International requesting VIP to Cincinnati. Let's get some VIPs up in here.
Let me see
Let's
what
see
we
if it
have.
actually
Give
works
me a minute
this
or
time.
two.
This is true.
Sometimes it'll say I can't assist you with ATC.
6:29 p.m. 2 notifications. Messages. Collapse app. Now. Say intentions. Flight line. Text message.
I forgot I got to log into Pilot's Life here.
Gold Star International Niner Delta Whiskey. All right, we got a new VIP mission for you. You're tasked with transporting Mr. Jonathan Blake, the CEO of TechWave
Jonathan
Innovations,
Blake.
to Cincinnati for an important industry expo.
Going to
Accompanying
Cincinnati.
you is his assistant, Miss Clara Jennings.
For
Your
what?
destination is Cincinnati Northern Kentucky International Airport, KCVG. We're sending your crew over now. You can expect to be airborne in a few minutes.
Some special event. All right, so we are. All right,
Good
Mike.
evening, Captain. We're getting everyone settled and the luggage loaded. It'll let you know when we are secure and ready.
I believe my cruise altitude is going to be 35,000. Yeah, it is. Yep, it is 35,000. All right, so in Pilot's Life, you got to set that because if not, it's never on the right one. The thing I like about Pilot's Life, I like doing the ones where it had you go back and forth to airports.
Captain, we are secure and good to go.
You know, back and forth. I like that because you learn the
Yeah.
airports. You know.
Yep.
All right.
There goes Starship.
Yeah. Good deal. Keep us updated there.
It's taking off.
6:31 p.m. 2 notifications. Messages. Collapse app.
I'd love to be there
Intentions. Flight line.
seeing
Text
that because I bet that I bet that really rumbles the ground.
Oh, I bet it does.
Where is it supposed to be going this time?
Just basically into space and then out over the Indian Ocean and re-entering.
So it's just a launch and re-entry, basically.
Well, yeah, it's a launch, a test in space, like a deployment of fake Starlink satellites, and a re-entry.
That'd be able to deploy a lot more satellites too, won't it?
Yes.
I'm still recovering. That was amazing. Beautiful views of the vehicle on ascent, looking downrange away from the launch tower.
And we are seeing 33 healthy Raptor engines, if I might say that.
Wow.
And the booster exam looks to be good so far. And we are, I mean,
We're-
so far.
We're taking a break and
right,
listening to this with Brandon, guys. Then we'll continue. But I want to hear this. Yeah.
Yep, next up to the hot staging. That hot staging will be 30 engines shut down, and then ignition of the ship engines and separation of the booster. Watch out for the brake fingers to turn.
So what? There's
Everything looking
different
good.
engines that fire up.
Very violent boost backflip.
Well, no. Hot staging is basically separating the ship from the booster. So
No, I know that, but it said something about engines for the Starship, though.
Yeah, there are engines on the Starship as well.
Yeah, that's what it was just talking about it.
Yeah, they're gonna fire up.
I guess that was just to keep it idle, like keep it.
I think that looks good on the boost back. Yeah, that looks good.
Actually, I think those engines help get it into orbit.
On the boost back burn.
We will await confirmation what that means for the catch. Of course, SpaceX will.
Oh yeah, it's gonna because the booster flips and comes back in.
Yeah, the booster's gonna come back to the place it launched.
Yeah, it literally does like a backflip, basically.
Still looking at their go for return, but obviously they're checking all of the parameters.
And remember, the last time we had an engine out as well, and that was not something that stopped them from going for a catch. So that doesn't mean anything yet. Still go for catch, apparently.
What was her engine out?
We are still looking
The
at
last time, yeah.
awaiting final confirmation from SpaceX for go for catch. That usually happens after the shutdown of the boost back berm, is where they confirm. Also, look at the ship. Look at continuously if all engines.
You can see. Look right over where the center engines are. You can see the purple hue there.
Oh yeah. And we are awaiting final catch go.
Still so good. So far so
Yeah.
good.
Everything good. Everything good. We like to see like everything looks to be okay right now. Of course, the final okay.
There's the
will be
hot
done.
steam separating. Look at that.
Oh, it's floating away. And we are now usually at the frame where they commit for a catch. We have not heard anything of the contrary yet.
Uh
Oh,
oh.
I hope they catch this
Catch
booster.
would be in 2 minutes from now. And
This ain't good.
let's see, the boost back burn
No.
might be a bit late because 2 engines were out, so maybe they had
Yeah.
corrected a bit. So maybe timeline's a bit off, but
Some of the times might be off precisely because of that. Those 2 engines out, of course, will affect
Yeah, 2 engines
the
were out.
sunlight. But
Oh boy.
I have not heard any call-outs that they are not going or anything. Still
yeah, I
going
mean,
for it.
honestly, that booster is starting to aim now. So looking like they might go for it. I want to jinx it as a commentator here.
That's
that
a fun
booster
looking hot staging ring.
But that booster looks to me like it's on track for the tower, Alex.
Yeah. Let's see that re-entry. Watch out for the engine glow. Because that aft end gets very hot during the re-entry. Does not do any entry burn.
Look at
So,
that tracking.
glows.
Amazing. Oh, there's the glow
There
coming.
it comes.
Yep, they're gonna go for
Go
it.
for booster catch. still all going. They are still. Look at that glow, Alex. Fantastic.
That's so cool.
Watch for the engines to ignite, and then they will shut down all but 3 for the final approach to the tower.
Let's see what happens. They have 2 engines out on the boost back burn, so let's see what ends on burn.
Give us that beautiful flamethrower. I'm sorry. There it is.
There are the engines.
Landing on the ignition.
Roll!
And catch.
Okay.
Welcome.
It's caught.
And there ain't been no problem with the Starship yet, neither.
Nope.
Welcome back, Booster. We have a catch.
Wow.
Another.
Times. Wow.
There we go.
And-
Very toasty. Look at that.
Look at that toasty booster, but also look in the bottom right. You know what's still running just fine?
The ship, it's still going.
The
Of
ship
course.
is still going.
Let's
That guy's so excited.
Now they're
Oh, I know.
It looked like maybe 1 engine on that lightning burn did not work, but the rest were running.
The absolute craziness of SpaceX to have multiple engines back, not on the boost back burn, and also some unsureness, and they are still committing for this, Alex.
Now that's dedication.
That was interesting. Wow. I am honestly impressed.
Oh.
Oh. That's a ship rotating, Alex.
Uh-oh.
That's not nominal.
That doesn't look nominal, yeah.
Oh, no.
That is definitely a ship out of control.
Oh, boy.
And this is why they don't put it into orbit.
That
So we're still
looks
getting video down. from
rather
50.
interesting.
We've lost several engines and we've lost attitude control of
It's tumbling.
Oh, man.
I hope it just lands where it's supposed to in the right,
That's not what I wanted to hear.
because we don't need. They don't need another investigation.
It's look.
One thing
mean,
that I did
honestly,
see
at this point-
earlier, Adrian, if you allow me, they called out on the name. Oh, sorry. They called out FTS is saved, which is weird. You can see also the
Have, for those of you that just recently joined us, we had a successful liftoff of the 8th test flight of Starship, followed by a successful stage separation. We saw the booster, actually, you can see it just behind us here. The booster had a successful catch back at the tower. Unfortunately, it seems as though we lost the attitude control of the ship. Standing by as we listen in with the teams on the nets to understand what information we're able to provide you.
All right, guys, let me move on here.
Wow.
Um,
I
Okay,
have a feeling
so-
we're about to lose another ship.
oh, we did, dude. It's done. It's
It's gone.
unfortunately. All right, so we got pilot's life loaded. So we're good there. What I'm going to do to make sure, because for some reason when I opened it, it was showing the info from my last flight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit flight again on a pilot's life. That's just to make sure Alright, 35,000, that's set. Now we can go ahead. Open first officer. Hopefully Brandon don't hack into it again, because last time he caused me to crash, like SpaceX just did.
That was not my
No,
fault.
I'm just kidding. I will say, okay, we're going to hit connect here. That's going to get first officer in here to do what he's got to do. Okay.
Starting pre-flight flow.
I want to know where our normal viewers tell Lois Hughes we're live on TikTok. You're not here again. Where are you? Where is Mom? You guys are our normal viewers. What the heck, sis?
Sending to
You scared him away,
Send.
Johnny.
No, she told me she was tired of.
Scared him away.
She told me she was tired of you taking cookies from innocent children. I said, "There's nothing I can do about it." Like Brandon,
You know what?
Brandon's going to take all the cookies that he wants. If he
I
can't,
haven't eaten any cookies.
if he can't get his airplane off the ground, he's going to steal cookies for now, until he can get his airplane off the ground. All right, so we got first officer. Guys, what I usually do with TFM in the beginning stage is I'll do right bracket, shift M, and turn off automatic announcements, because you're going to hear all that stuff that he's doing, and you don't really got to, because you're going to know, you're going to hear the
Especially when
actual
he does the
first officer is going to say when it's time to check the SID and star.
Yeah.
So I leave it muted until after the walk around, and then when he comes back in, he'll do the pre-flight stuff or finish up the pre-flight. And then after that, I leave it unmuted, because anything can go wrong at that point. You know, you don't want to miss something in them critical stages.
Like maybe PAC's not coming on.
Right. Or like a generator failed. The thing you can do, now this is optional, speaking of that, I'm going to go into my CDU and do an oil change real quick, because I've got mine set where I will see damage. So if something goes wrong, I get the full experience of that.
Right.
And flight following is requested. Read back all runway.
I would recommend, as a new pilot, to turn off damage altogether, because you can get damage pretty easily. The only thing you got to watch out for is with damage on, if there is someone on the runway, they can ruin your whole flight. But it's your opinion. You can either have damage on or off. I have mine on for the oil and stuff and for the engine, but nothing else.
I think for me, since I'm going to be starting out, I'll just have it off completely until I get used to everything.
Yeah, I'll make sure I set yours to put everything on the airplane, have the option to go bad if you don't do it right.
Don't you dare.
No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that to you. I'm just kidding. I am going to do all M.
That would be a good scenario, though.
And then we'll do right soft 2 for maintenance. And then left off 2 to service engine oil. And then
Would you mind checking this?
hydraulic fluid.
Heading out for my checks.
I wish it showed them actually changing this stuff.
Okay, we're going to do our departure here. Which we're taking off from .29. So right south 4. There is no transition on takeoff, so that's done. Oh, and I'm turning the announcements back on while I do this. That way you can hear it when you execute. Alright, and then go back to here. We're going to work on our arrival. And for that, 27 Sargo 4. Which is right south 5. Left south 4 for Sargo 4. And then Turge. Execute. That's done. Go ahead and get our IFR. And then I'm going over here back to first officer. Hitting my plan page.
For our IFR clearance.
Because you got to verify your information for takeoff. Like right here it says 29 is a runway. And then you got the transition altitude and then cruise altitude.
Right.
New Orleans clearance, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. We'd like to receive our IFR clearance.
And then we're taking off with flaps 10. Now with the IFR, she'll get you your transition altitude, but depending on weather, sometimes I don't even worry about the transition. Because you might get in a situation where, you know, like that one day it was really bad wind and stuff, and my transition was only 4,000. So I actually ended up requesting 13,000 just because.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, New Orleans clearance, cleared to Cincinnati. Radar vectors MC Comb. Then is filed. Climb and maintain 3000. Expect flight level 35010 minutes after departure. Departure on 123.85, squawk 3361. Expect runway 29er.
Okay, now. Alright, so got that done. Leg page is done. And now he's out doing the walk around. And listen, I usually let him do the full walk around because if not, he might not get the chocks removed.
Oh, yeah.
And then you're going to take off and be like, why can't I move? Why can't I move?
Like happened to you a couple of weeks back. You're like, why can't I move? I can't move. It's not moving.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think that's what it was, though, was it? I don't remember.
I don't remember what it was, but I remember like.
Oh no, that wasn't.
Like, I don't understand this. Why can't
No, that wasn't chocks. That was saying tensions with the tug being still connected.
Yes.
But you know you're going to get that.
I'm hoping they fix that.
I'm hoping so. What do you think? Should we try pushback? Because it's.
I'm kind of hesitant to.
Yeah, let's try it. It might work.
I mean, it's a 50-50 shot. That's the thing. Like, I'm kind of hesitant to do it because it's like, what if it doesn't work?
Well, I've learned what to do when it doesn't. You tell it like 3 different times to disconnect and cancel tug. What happens is it thinks it disconnects, but it has another one connected sometimes because it thinks you requested it twice.
Yeah.
Brandon, as a flight simmer, when you first started out, what was the most critical thing for you? Like, what what separated you from being new and not knowing what you're doing to being comfortable? What did it for you?
Honestly, that's a hard one because when I started on a totally different program. It's your plane, and it was all voice command activated.
Well,
And-
let's not. Okay, let's. Your plane. Let's go to P3D. What did it for you when you started flying with P3D? Did it take you a while to pick things up, or did you already know pretty much not everything, but did you know the basics when you got into P3D and didn't have trouble? Like, where did you struggle most when learning to fly?
When I started learning, when I was using P3D, I mean, the basics were good. I got the basics, but it was Tramp that was the most
Walk around
troublesome
completed.
because I couldn't figure out how to do headings or go direct to waypoints. And then I just had to practice with it for a while. It took me a while, but
Yeah, and I heard
when I first started with it, it was horrible.
the newest thing is FS Tramp. I'll say this in on one level so that it's not saying nothing about nothing specific. But apparently that app is gonna be or is free. Let me go. You know what?
No, it's free right now.
Well, let's go
I
see.
don't
Let's
know
go
why.
see if that's valid.
I have no desire to use it, in my honest opinion.
Let me see. Oh my gosh.
What?
I'm going to read this to you in a minute. Just hold on. You'll see. I'm going to read it to you. Just hold on. Let me mute him for a minute. Okay. Surprise, at the beginning of 2025, FS Tramp is free for an indefinite period of time because you can copy and use the following license key without paying. At some point, however, we will invalidate this license key. The background is not charity, but the ongoing fraud of the financial service provider, MyCommerce, share it since the change of ownership there in mid-2024. This service provider has embezzled all of your money and no longer paid out anything to the many small shareware developers and dealers. Until we have found a new financial service provider that meets our requirements, we will provide you with this free license key.
Transfer and display switches.
At the same time, we apologize.
Window heat.
We apologize to
Pressurization mode selector.
the buyers who recently purchased a license key
Parking brake.
and therefore do not benefit from this
Fuel control
situation.
switches. Cut off. Pre-flight checklist completed.
Unlocking the program. Start the flight simulator. Open up FS Tramp dialog box. Copy the 11-digit key shown in the box. Wow.
Good thing I didn't buy that program.
Oh, it says integrated module for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020/2024, X-Plane V11, Pre-Part Pre-3D V2 through V6, FSX Team Edition, and or FSX.
Like I said, I have no desire to use that program, so...
So anyway, free if you're using P3D.
Yep.
Alright, let me get back to what we was doing here, but that 19.5. Execute. We'll do our N1. Alright. Copy our speeds over. 10 degrees at 138. 141 for VR and V2 146. Let me do this and we'll continue here. Trim. We're going to take it all the way down as far as what the sim lets us, which is 4, which is plenty. Then we'll mute. You want to make sure you do right bracket shift T to disable reading trim, because on takeoff, if that ain't disabled, you are about to adventure upon a very spammy situation. Guarantee it.
Exactly.
So that's good. Let's go to right cell 5. Doors. Closed door. Now,
I'm surprised he can't automatically close those doors when he's ready to do the pre-flight.
It can, but I do it because it's quicker.
Initiating before start flow.
Or he'll wait longer. And I'd rather just...
How long does he wait to do it?
I'm not sure, but sometimes I've seen him where he does close the door, but I think it takes a little bit.
Wow.
Alright, we'll connect to ground. Gold Star International 9 Delta Whiskey requesting pushback with startup. Alright, and he's going to give me what direction for my tail.
Gold Star International 9 Delta Whiskey, pushback and startup approved. Tail south.
Pushback and startup approved. Tail is south. Thank you. Have a good day. Alright, so tail south. Alright, just remember that, Brandon. South.
That's easy to remember.
Brandon, what got you in the flight simming?
I just wanted something else to do. And I was like, I'm bored with everything that I've already done, so I want to do something different. I've heard about people simming, so I was like, I want to try it.
Who was doing simming before you, Josh or who?
Josh actually got me into it with It's Your Plane.
I wonder who else was flying at that point.
I know there was a guy named Scott Shea. He was flying even before any of us were, actually.
I think Declan was flying too.
He got in after Josh did, yeah.
Cool stuff.
Flow completed.
Alright, so now he's going to do the before start checklist, and then I'll be approved to
Fuel 1.
Request to tug.
Pounds.
TikTok, collapse back. Now, TikTok,
Passenger
notification,
sign.
button. Tick,
On.
Facebook,
MCP.
Messenger, Facebook,
Speed.
TikTok, now, TikTok,
146.
notification, button.
Heading.
TikTok, now, TikTok,
286. Altitude.
2,
35000.
2,
Really wish Facebook
Takeoff
would
speed.
work normally.
B1 150. BR 150.
I don't understand that. Mine works just
156.
fine.
Checked. CU pre-flight.
TC, registration
Completed.
13.
Rudder
Registration
and aileron
TC,
trim.
Registration 13 days.
Free and zero.
22 hours.
Anti-collision light.
29 seconds. Click
On.
to 03 060
Before start
060.
checklist
Creators
complete.
need to add frag pump as a topic and complete registration before going live to get points on the leaderboard. Ending. Creators need to add frag pump as a topic and complete registration before going live to get points on the leaderboard. Handwriting. Characters. Handwriting words. Creators need to add frag pump as a topic and complete registration before going live to get points on the leaderboard.
All right, we're about to
What is
leaderboard.
that?
That's weird. All right. Before start completed, I believe. So, Gold Star International requesting tug. So I had to connect a ramp. After I connected the ground to request a pushback.
Ground to flight deck. The tug is on its way.
All right, tug is on its way. This is usually why I'm worrying about doing my pushback and all that. That's usually when Brandon's sneaking through the airplane, grabbing them cookies. That way, see what happens if the kids are boarding. He
Gold
just
Star International 9er Delta Whiskey.
He-
Pin inserted. Just let me know when you're ready to start the pushback.
he lays underneath the front seat. So when they board and start walking down the aisle, he reaches out, grabs the cookies, and they're gone. Where'd Brandon go? I don't know. All right, so now what I got? They said I can. They got the pin inserted. So what I got to do now is release the brake. Gold Star International parking brake is released. Ready for pushback. Tail south. Now what he should do is say, we're going to do it without
Roger,
causing any
stand by.
problems. Oh God, he said stand by. Oh no.
This is where the problems start, folks.
We think. It might be okay, but I don't know. Oh God, don't tell me. Sometimes you do gotta wait a minute. I mean,
Tell you what, whenever oh man.
what is the luck? Huh? What is the luck?
I know.
That's like that first time I took off out of Cincinnati and I hit that rain right away. Like, bam! I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, man. Why?
Yeah, that's happened to me.
Why y'all gotta be messing with me with this freaking weather? I'm telling you, me and Brandon are the spawns of evil when it comes to weather. We get the bad weather every time.
Every time.
Sun could be shining, but as soon as we say we're going to fly from that airport, and the thunder rolls.
Pretty much. I came into Indy one time and I was like, oh yeah, it's going to be a great flight. Nope. Oh no. Rain, wind. I was like, oh. Oh man, I'm kind of hesitant to get the weather for New Orleans and Cincinnati.
So now what I can say, sometimes they're actually working on it. So what's this? Gold Star International wanted to check to see what's going on. We're not moving yet.
Ground to flight deck, standby. We'll begin the pushback shortly.
Okay, so they might be waiting on someone. They said stand by. They're going to begin here shortly. Like, you can't rush it. And what I mean by that, like, just because it ain't working, like if they say stand by, 2 minutes later, don't be like, oh, well, it ain't working. Here we go again. Because sometimes you do wait longer. Look at that one day when we waited for like 5 to 10 minutes just for the tug to arrive. Remember?
Yeah. Yep.
Because the realistic part is the tug actually goes by where you're at.
Yeah.
We're at gate 6. Gold Star International, are you guys having technical problems or are we just waiting? That's what I like about the AI. You can ask questions.
Ground to flight deck, just waiting. We'll begin pushback shortly.
Oh, so they're just waiting. See what I mean? They're waiting because there's other, I guess, stuff in the way.
I've had other people try and claim and tell me, and they're like, oh no, it doesn't take this long. I'm like, I bet it does.
In real life?
No. Yeah, like, I've talked to other people about this tug thing, and they're like, oh, it doesn't take that long.
Yes, it can. Yes, it can.
It can.
I've been on real flights where we was sitting on the plane waiting for 20 minutes before.
So have I.
The airport doesn't have unlimited tugs. They only got so many.
Just to prove you for engine start.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you're waiting to start moving until you start your engines.
Yeah, it didn't approve engine start yet.
I thought it did. I thought
No.
it said clear to start engines.
No. It said, when I asked what was going on, it said, yeah, we're waiting, stand by. Yeah, it didn't say nothing about starting engines. You don't start engine until you're actually moving. And we've not started moving yet. We're still waiting. Gold Star International, we got a schedule to keep here. Are we going to be moving or not? I love getting smart with them.
Ground to flight deck. We'll begin pushback now. Release the parking brake and we'll push back to the south.
Yep. Now watch.
Nope, we're not moving yet.
It will. Come on.
They need to know about this.
Well, sometimes it's not even a bug, dude. It's the activity going on outside your airplane.
Oh.
Gold Star International, our parking brakes are released. We're not moving yet. Let's go.
Roger, stand by. We'll begin the pushback shortly.
So if it continues this, what I do, Gold Star International, what is the hold up? We don't have this much time. You guys need to hurry it up.
Ground to flight deck. We're starting the pushback now. Release the parking brake and we'll push back to the south.
Now, he said it again. We released the parking brake and still not moving. So what I'm going to do, remember what I told you earlier?
Yeah.
Gold Star International, cancel all tugs and release.
Roger, emergency abort procedure in effect. We've released the aircraft. Please ensure your brakes are on.
Parking brake is set. Cancel all tugs and release. I say this more than once, guys, to make sure. Gold Star, cancel tug and release pin.
Wow, no response.
Ghost Star International, cancel tug, disconnect.
Ground to flight deck. The tug is already disconnected.
Okay, so I'm gonna have him do it one more time. Brandon just left. Gold Star International, cancel tug, and release. And we're gonna do our own pushback with
Roger, emergency abort procedure in effect. We've released the aircraft. Please ensure your brakes are on.
brakes are set. Is everything disconnected? Where'd you go, Brandon?
Ground flight deck. Everything is disconnected and clear.
Brandon snuck out on us, you guys.
Hello, below.
Go ahead.
Oh, there he is. He'll be back in here in a second, guys. There he is.
Sorry about that, folks.
Not charging. Status bar item.
You're good, buddy.
33 battery power. Spectrum 7.
I had an emergency phone call. My Uncle Len has had a heart attack.
Oh no, man. That ain't good.
Yeah, he's in ICU now and he's unconscious.
Use passcode. Use passcode. Button. Use passcode. Use pass. Emergency. Emergency.
Well,
Started following you. Started following you. Started following. Started. Follow back. Without. Follow back. Started following you. Follow back. Button. Requested.
I hope.
Without. Button. Started following you. Follow back. Porter Clementine. Follow. Started following you. Started
I
following
hope
you.
things,
Follow back. Button. Started following you. Follow back. Porter Clementine. Follow back. Button. Send a waving hand emoji.
hope he gets better.
Button. Started following
Yeah,
you.
me
Follow
too.
back.
He
Reload.
was playing tennis
Reload.
and
Follow back.
collapsed.
Button. Send a waiting. Reload. Button. Started follow. Follow back. Button. Send a wait. One. Button. Start. Follow back. Button. Send. I am. Button. Start. Follow back. Button. Send. Jessica. Button. Start. Follow back. Button. Send. Tiger. Button. Loaded. New followers. Back. Button.
All right.
Brakes release.
All right. So now we got our regular pushback. We do. I don't know what the bug is, you guys. I think it's got to do with, from what I was reading, some of the gates are not in good spots. And when you go to do the pushback, it's like they're there, but they can't truly do.
The pushback.
Yeah. Start engines.
Starting engines.
They can't do it because of where the gate is.
Starting engine 2.
Right.
And I mean, that makes sense to me. You know, it would make sense. Because generally, when you get a pushback, there's nothing in the way at all. Like, especially for, could you imagine, like a 777, for example, when I flew with George, Oh, you stupid thing.
You've never gotten to take off with that thing in the 777 in real life, have you? Like, you actually do the takeoff.
Go ahead and set the brakes.
Did I ever get to what now?
Have you gotten to actually do the
Engine
takeoff
2 started.
roll yourself in the 777 in real life? And not
Engine 2 cut out.
Good push. We'll see ya.
Not the takeoff, I didn't, but I did.
You got it, no problem.
When we was in the air, I was able to do things.
Okay, tow bar is disconnected.
Yeah.
Disconnecting the interphone right now. Pin's gonna be on the right hand side, guys. Take care. We'll see you.
Starting engine 1.
I got to basically.
I know you said you've done IFR clearances.
Yeah, I've done
in
that.
real life,
Yeah,
too.
yeah. I did do that with him. The thing about the triple is, hold on, let me. Okay. In some planes, everything is sequenced together.
Yeah.
So meaning if
Engine 1 started.
you
Engine
pull
one
back
cut out.
on the yoke on the left side, well on the right side it also has the same. Basically, the computer says it's being pulled back on that side too.
All engines stable.
Right.
And I can't remember if the triple is like that, but I think that might have been one of the reasons, would because if you already got it on one side and that's why you got to say controls are yours, because you got to let go and let the other person have them.
Right.
Now, in some planes, it's all together. And I can't remember if that was one of them or not, but hold on one second, Brandon. Talk to them for 1 second. Let me use the restroom real quick.
All right, folks. So, yeah. For those who might be new, a little history about my flight simming. So, I started in 2016 with a program called It's Your Plane, which basically, as I said earlier, is voice
Clear on the right.
activated, so you
Clear on the
basically do
left.
everything via voice.
Flow completed.
I mean, it was okay starting
Before
out. You
taxi
couldn't do
checklist.
SIDS and stars.
Generators.
You couldn't do
On. Drogi. Auto.
couldn't do
Isolation
some of the
valve.
stuff we do today.
Auto.
But
Engine
starting out,
start
it was
switches.
pretty good.
Continuous. Recall. Check.
And then I moved
Auto
to
brakes.
Tramp with
Rejected takeoff.
TFM,
Flight control test.
and somebody's calling him on Messenger.
7:20 p.m. 2 notifications. Messenger. Collapse app. Now.
But-
Messenger. Notification.
Tramp was a beast. I didn't like flying with it that much. And now we've got PMDG, which I'm really looking forward to flying because I haven't gotten the opportunity to fly that yet. Which, for me, is going to be fun to learn to fly because I'll be able to go on VATSIM and do things a lot easier than I was in Tramp. In Tramp, it was a bit of a chore with VATSIM. And you were lucky if you got things situated the way you were supposed to.
Now, I do got to correct you on one thing.
Yeah, what did I mess up?
I would tread lightly on saying easier, because it's not going to be easier.
I didn't say easier.
Well, you did say, you said it's going to be a lot easier. I'm just saying that it's...
I said it would be easier on VATSIM to do things like go direct to waypoints. That's what I was getting at.
Well, that might be, but overall it's not easier. I'm just making sure you know
I
that.
wasn't saying
Like,
it was easier overall.
okay, as long as you're good with that. All right, let me yoke
No,
left.
I was just saying easier going to be
Center.
getting to waypoints directly on
Full
VATSIM.
right.
That's all I
Yoke
was-
right. Yeah. Center.
Neutral.
Straight back.
Full back.
Back to center and
Full
forward.
forward. Checked.
And
That
you
is
got
a-
a call
Brake
on
test.
Messenger while you were out.
Checked.
No, I didn't.
Before taxi checklist completed.
Yeah, you did. It rang. I heard your phone ring on Messenger.
7:21. Messenger. Collapse. Try again. started following you.
Let me
17
check this real quick, guys. Hold on.
App switch messenger. Close message. Activate. Default. Type a message. Text view. Collapse window. Double tap to open profile. Header defrost senior. Miss up. 9. Cap. Dictate.
Hey, are you stopping by?
Send a message. Button. Hey, adult. Hey, are you stopping by?
Okay. Thanks for telling me that, Brandon. I don't know why I think I hear it in my phone. Duh.
Yeah.
But it's a good thing that the yoke, you do that test left and center, right, center, back, center, forward, center, because at any time this yoke could stop working, and if you didn't do the test, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, I was actually wondering why, like, we can hear it saying full left and all that. How come you say it before it says it?
Because I go left before, because it's verifying what I'm doing. So when it says yoke test, I say okay. I'll go to the left and I'll say yoke left. It'll say yoke left. Then I say center, and it'll verify. Basically, I am saying what I'm doing, and it's verifying what I'm doing. That way, I know 100% that stuff is working. All right, so.
Gotcha.
Can you connect the ground and request our taxi clearance, please? Oh, she's going to say no.
Or she's not going to answer.
I can't handle that unless I am in charge of the comms.
Okay.
Let me know if you want me to take over.
Give her the call.
Comms to you.
I can't handle that unless I am in charge of the comms. Let
I
me know if you
just
want me to
did.
take over.
Giving comms to you.
I've got the comms now. Let's get ready for taxi clearance.
All right. There we go.
We're ready for taxi. Okay.
I'll contact ground for our taxi clearance.
Alright, so then I'm going to jump to the runway. KMSY. We're going to be going to 29.
New Orleans ground, Gold Star 9er Delta
After we
Whiskey.
get
We're ready to
clearance.
taxi with India.
Once I get in the air, then we can kind of finish up our tip
Gold Star
stuff.
9er Delta Whiskey, New Orleans ground, taxi to runway 29 via Echo Sierra. Contact tower on 119.5 when ready for departure.
And those that might be typing in the chat, you just once I get
Runway
up in the
29
air,
via
I can
Echo
look at the
Sierra.
chat. So if you
Contacting
said
tower
anything,
on 119.5
just
when
give
ready.
me a minute.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
These kids do not need to be running around after dark. Where the heck are their parents?
What are you talking about?
There's some kids running around outside, and it's like almost dark outside.
Okay. Pausing first officer, because if you don't, and you jump to the
The
runway,
landing sequence.
it might think that you're landing when you're not. Alright, so we jump to the runway.
Approaching runway 2 now.
Before takeoff, low.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact tower on 119.5.
Alright, now we're at the
Switching to tower on 119.5.
runway.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Flow completed. Before
You know,
takeoff
I gotta
checklist.
say, me
Flaps.
getting on VATSIM, you actually got me out of
Stabilization trim.
that zone to not go on
Sit.
there.
Well, yeah, because I did it before you guys did, and you're like, that ain't happening.
You got Josh out of
Notify.
that too, because he was really
Before takeoff checklist completed.
Well, because the thing that was getting me was, like, Josh gave me the stuff to do it, and then was like, but just wait, and we'll do it maybe next week, and then it's like, but don't do this now. I'm like, dude, I'm ready to do it. I'm ready.
I think people were reluctant to do it because there was a time in the past that they were mean to a lot of visually impaired pilots.
Well,
thankfully, we don't have to deal with that now.
you seen how I dealt with it back then, too.
Yep.
I didn't put up with that stuff for nobody.
I just sat back there laughing at that guy because I was like, this dude is just ridiculous.
Yeah, he just stepped in a fire pit and don't even know it. Alright,
Yeah, he did.
we're ready for takeoff.
I'll contact tower for takeoff clearance.
I'm glad they
Anything
fixed
you
that.
might want to tell me for takeoff? I'm asking the mentor. They ain't said nothing.
For takeoff, remember to manage your V speeds effectively. Rotate at VR and aim for V2 for a safe climb out. Also, keep an eye on your engine instruments during the initial climb to ensure everything is in the green. Once airborne, engage the autopilot smoothly to maintain your climb profile. And don't forget to retract the landing gear and flaps at the appropriate speeds. You're doing great.
Well,
Keep
that's
it up.
obvious. That's obvious.
We're ready to take off.
I'll contact tower for takeoff clearance. New Orleans Tower, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, runway 29er, ready for takeoff with India.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, New Orleans Tower, runway 29er, winds 160 at 3. Fly runway heading. Cleared for takeoff.
Oh, wind's only at 3 knots. Alright, guys.
Good.
Alright, we've got pilot's life's good.
Runway
Everything
29er, runway heading,
looks
cleared
good.
for takeoff. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
And here we go.
This is the moment of truth, folks.
Thrust that.
Trim disabled. Attitude mode is on.
Speed alive. Checked.
Speed's alive.
80 knots.
Flight attendant's doing a safety message. $117.
Please
130.
V1. Rotate. V2.
V1. Rotate. Positive rate.
Positive rate.
Good.
Gear up. Gear down. Gear up. 400 feet.
Lateral navigation.
LNAV on.
Vertical navigation.
Flaps 5.
Autopilot.
Command A on.
Landing gear is up. Flaps are going up.
Acceleration altitude.
That was a beautiful takeoff.
I was worried it might not work because of that tug.
Oh, we're good, dude.
Flaps up.
That's awesome.
But you seen what I did. I canceled tug 3 times.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey.
Yep.
Contact departure on 123.85.
Switching to departure on 123.85. Gold
So that
Star
was
9er
a
Delta
really
Whiskey.
nice takeoff.
Yes, it was.
And I made some changes in.
New Orleans departure. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Well-
Evening. Passing 2,000 on the climb.
Let me wait for my flight attendant to shut her mouth, and then we'll
Gold Star 9er Delta
we'll
Whiskey.
finish this up.
New Orleans departure, radar
How
contact.
long is she gonna
Clear
go
direct
on?
MC Comb.
She's just
Climb
doing
and maintain
safety
flight level
announcement. That's all.
200.
Center pumps coming off.
Cleared direct MCB. Climb and maintain flight level 200. Gold
She
Star
does.
9er Delta
She
Whiskey.
does the whole thing. Like she don't do no generic version of it.
Yeah. My goodness, it's like hearing a novel.
Flow completed. After takeoff checklist. Engine start switches.
All right. So now he's doing the after takeoff checklist because the flow's
Landing
already
gear.
done.
Up and off. Up.
It's
After
nice.
takeoff checklist completed.
Andy showed me where to go, and I went in and changed some settings in TFM. I got rid of the auto throttle messages. I got rid of the autopilot disengage messages. So all that stuff would be gone. That'll make it much better. And now when I'm doing my ILS, it's going to say like 50 to the right. That means heading 50 though. 50 degrees. 110 degrees to the right. So you just add. I didn't ask you, Matt. Does it mean you actually go to 50 or does it mean you add that to...
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Climb and maintain flight level 260.
You know, if you're at 50 and it says 50
Climb and maintain flight
degrees
level
to the
260.
right.
Gold Star 9er
So
Delta
would
Whiskey.
that be a heading of 100 or... I don't know. You should know this, Brandon. You've been flying longer than me, so what's the answer?
I haven't flown in several years, so
I wouldn't say several. You've been out of the airplane for a while, but I wouldn't say several. I mean,
I would.
Give
5 years. to
it
be
ain't
exact.
it ain't been 5 years.
Sure, it has.
No, it has not.
Close
No. 2023, I got with
Okay.
Amanda.
Yeah.
That's when
But I haven't been flying since 21.
I got 22. Cause that's when I got that computer was in 22.
Yeah, but I haven't been flying since before then. Remember?
You was flying with that computer
Until Windows crapped out on it. That was in 21.
Oh, and you do know Windows didn't crap on that. Did I ever tell you that?
Yeah, what was it?
It was just the fact that it wasn't, the voice thing wasn't reading nothing to you, and you had to hit Y, and then another thing came up. It was an update or something that had to do with the whole caboodle, basically.
Wow.
So if you would have hit,
Oh, the Windows update.
if you would have hit, well, it was an update that the whole system needed, but yeah, Windows. If you would have hit Y twice though, Y enter, you'd have been back up and running.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Climb
Wish
and
I would've
maintain
known
flight
that.
level 290.
You know, I went through every freaking process I could. I
Climb
even
and
called
maintain
IRA
flight
agents.
level
They were too
290.
stupid to
Yeah,
tell
but-
me
Gold Star
to
9er
go
Delta
through.
Whiskey.
Well, tell me.
You should have got someone sighted over there with you.
The problem is I didn't have anybody close by at the time.
Yeah, I know, I get it. It's. I wish I knew what
I
that
did
click.
what I honestly
Like
could.
when I push, so I got these. You know what a rocker switch is? It's like when you push
Yeah.
it to the right or left. It's a rocker switch, and you let go, it goes back to the middle. Okay.
Yep.
When I push it to the left, I hear a click, and if I hold it, that click, it don't do nothing. But when I let go, I can tell that it's a button you hold in, because when I let go, I can
Yeah.
hear it click again.
I heard that.
But I don't know what it is. I thought maybe it was like, I don't know if it's my brakes. No, it wouldn't be brakes, 'cause that's a button.
You don't have that assigned to anything, do you?
No, but by default it might be something. I just don't know what it is.
Oh. Yeah, because I can hear it.
Really weird, dude. I don't. I don't know what it is. It's annoying because it's like, man,
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, climb and maintain flight level
doing something. I just don't know what.
Climb and maintain flight level 330. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Okay. Time to plug this in. I don't want to run out of battery. There we go.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Houston Center on 121.025.
Switching to Houston Center on 121.025. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
I actually might make them because I can push them by, because it's two rocker panel switches, but they're right against each other, so you can use it as one button, or
Houston Center.
you can
Gold
use
Star
it
9er
as
Delta Whiskey.
two
Evening,
buttons.
Climbing past
So basically, it actually
170,000,
has,
level
instead of
330.
just being one setting for the button, you can actually make it 1, 2, 3. Well,
wow.
I can actually make 1, 2, 3. If I click it the other way, 4, 5, 6. So that's 6 buttons technically, because if you hold them both at the same time and push it to the left, that's one setting. Hold them both at the same time, push it to the right, that's one setting. If I just push the top button, because you got one above the other one, so if I push the one above it to the left, that's 3 settings. The one below it to the left, that's 4. And then if I go the other way, hold them both to the right, that's 5. Hold the one to the right, that's 6. Hold the bottom one to the right, that's 7.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Houston Center, climb and maintain flight level 350.
I wish.
You know what I should use that for? I should use that.
350. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
I should use that for my air brakes.
There you go.
But finding that setting is a pain in the...
Yeah. I can imagine.
You know what the beep stands for, don't you?
Yep.
Say it.
Exactly what it stands for.
Say it.
Pain
No.
in the ass.
What do you have to go? Ass! Alright, let me look at chat, you guys.
Oh, goodness.
Tiger2122 followed the host. Thank you, Tiger, for being here at the lounge on TikTok.
I don't know what that means.
Get me FE. Get me famous. Join. What? That's a troll name right there, if any, boy.
That's definitely a troll name.
All right. God's love. Welcome, welcome, welcome. God's love. How are you, my friend? Well, let's see here. Alright, we're gonna set that to 35,000 and that to 35,000.
Tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go into
Okay, and then
the flight.
yeah, I'm about done with the newbie stuff, so just hold tight a second. And then we're going to do this. Now I just completely maxed out our climb rate, and now we're climbing from 24,000 feet. We're climbing at almost 4,000 feet a minute.
Wow.
Gold Star International requesting flight level 350.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, climb and maintain flight level 350.
Climb and maintain flight level 350. Thank you, sir.
What I do just to
Climb and maintain flight level 350. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Flight level 350 denied.
Now I can also, well, I don't have my flight attendant, or I can get my flight attendant to give me weather information. I wonder if my mentor will. Do you know what the weather is going to be for our destination today? Probably not.
Rainy and windy.
At Cincinnati, the current weather is clear with 80 at 11 knots. Is 3 degrees Celsius. Remember to adjust for the density altitude, which is at minus.
So what is 3 degrees Celsius in degrees? Or what's it called? 3 degrees Celsius, and then it would be, what do we go by in the United States to other for temperature? Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit.
What would 3 degrees be in Fahrenheit?
To convert Celsius to Fahrenheit, you can use the formula, which is degree CX 9/5 plus 32 equal sign degree F. So 3 degrees Celsius would be approximately 37.4 degrees
37.4 degrees
If you have
Fahrenheit.
any questions about the flight or aircraft, feel free to ask.
Health points.
I'm just wondering what your thoughts are when you get to your ILS waypoint.
Yes.
And you only have a couple minutes to make a turn to catch it.
Oh.
What are some tips to make sure you don't miss your ILS? I like the mentor. She does a good job.
They really do.
Great question. When approaching your ILS waypoint, it's crucial to be well prepared. First, ensure you're at the correct altitude and speed for the intercept. Use your autopilot to help manage these parameters. Secondly, have your navigation radios tuned and set to the ILS frequency well in advance. As you approach the waypoint, keep a close eye on your localizer and glide slope indicators. If you're hand flying, anticipate the turn slightly before reaching the waypoint to smoothly intercept the localizer. Lastly, always have a mental picture of your approach path
Let me
to
know.
stay ahead of the aircraft. Practice makes perfect, so keep refining these techniques.
Send a message. Button. 746, you. Hey, are you 740? Let me know.
Computer.
Let me redictate.
Forest.
I got you. A couple actually.
Send. Vertical scroll bar. 7:46 p.m. You. Hey, are you stopping by? Dictate.
Hold on, guys.
Double tap to.
If you can, just grab me 3 of those drinks and 1 of the licorice.
Send a message. Button.
I got a friend.
Take you to Licorice Anonymous.
You can just grab me 3 of those drinks and 1 of the licorice.
Won't do no good, my friend.
I know.
All right.
I'll just have to tell David to have you committed to there.
So we're still climbing at 1161 per minute. Now if I went to climb profile again
Whiskey, contact Memphis Center on 132.5
and hit max for climb,
Contacting Memphis Center on 132.5, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Memphis Center, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Evening. Climbing through flight level 330 to reach flight level 350.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Memphis Center. Good evening.
for being at 33,000 feet and still climbing at 2,800 feet a minute. That's pretty good, really.
Yeah, it is.
I was just trying to think of a few more things for you guys as new pilots. I think. Thanks for liking that live stream, Braden. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. I think it's important to also not overwhelm yourself with things that you don't need to really do. For example, VATSIM in the beginning. You don't need to do that right away. So don't overwhelm yourself with it. Download a ATC program and play with that instead, because if you mess up, you don't have nobody there to laugh at you.
Yeah, exactly. Computer.
We have seen what happens if you mess up. We've seen people do it in the community. It's not fun.
And honestly, people that mess up in this community get treated ridiculously, in my honest opinion. And even if they don't mean to mess up, they get.
The thing is, you go on VATSIM and mess up, you got everybody laughing at you.
You do.
Everybody laughing at you. So, like, just don't do things if you're not ready for it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And don't fly something if you're not ready for it. Start out with what you're comfortable with. Me, that'd be this 730, 739, 737, 739 ER, 737 800, 737 600.
Right.
These airplanes are. It's my comfort zone. You know, when I first flew the 777 in 2020 the other day, I was like, man, it was a little stressful in the beginning. But, you know, again, just take your time, because in 777 you start out, you got to go do your fuel and your cargo, then you go do your alignment or your GPS, then you do your routes. After all that's done, you do your departure and arrival, and then you go do your your ref in it, which is your fuel cost index, you know, all that stuff.
All right.
But anyway, Brandon, if you want to go listen, you can go and do whatever, tune in.
Oh, I'll tune in. And you're doing a flight after that to San Antonio, aren't you?
We're doing the Bible study after this flight.
That's right.
Because it's going on 8 o'clock already. We might even go ahead. I'll turn my... Well, we'll see. It ain't going to take that long. We'll wait till... Yeah, it's only 50 minutes from now. So let's get me landed. Then we're going to do the Bible study. Yeah. Because people want to hear... We're going to do two of them tonight. So,
okay.
Soon as I get landed, we'll start that up. So...
Alright.
That'd be fun. I'm ready to listen, even though I've heard all of it already once. But it's kind of nice listening to it again and really getting the perspective on it again.
Right.
That's one of them things you can listen to over and over, right? Like,
I like that series.
After
see if season 3 is up yet.
After we finish The Chosen, guess what's after that?
What's after that?
Left Behind, the dramatized series.
That's true.
All
take a longer time to get through.
It is, but it is well worth it, my friend. It is well worth it. That, let me tell you, that Left Behind series was an eye-opener for me.
I wish we could get the other series that guy was in, Down Gilead Lane, too.
Was it ever done?
Yes.
Well, what was his name? Jerry Jenkins or Jerry Jenkins? Jerry Jenkins
and Tim LaHaye.
Next time on Left Behind, we will be going after Jerry Jenkins to give us the other. If I can find it.
For those who don't know, I do want to point out, for those who are new and don't know, The Chosen was actually directed and created by that guy, Jerry Jenkins' son.
Yeah.
And it was filmed here in Texas. The whole series was.
What's that other one called?
Down Gilead Lane.
If you can find where it can be bought, let me know and I'll get it. Down what lane?
Down Gilead Lane.
Like the guillotine? Gilead? Down Gilead.
Yeah, Gilead.
Yeah, no, that's what I said.
Guillotine.
No, I said like guillotine, but Gilead.
Yes.
Down Gilead.
Down Gilead.
Yeah, no, not guillotine.
Like you add an E on it.
Yeah, Gilead. Yeah. That's why I said. That's why I said like guillotine, but Gilead.
Right.
I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, if you can, that would be awesome. Like the guy who played Carpathia and Left Behind, you're going to be just totally blown away when you hear him in that series, because he does a complete 180.
Down Gilead Lane. Let me see. Hold on. Oh.
You find it?
I think I did.
That series is very well done. They handled a blind person in that series very, very well.
Okay, so that's the audio dramatized down Gillian Lane full. I might have found it. That is crazy.
What?
I'm wanting to see because it might have a sale on it. If not,
I think you'll enjoy that drama because, like I said, they have a blind character and they do.
Dude, this site's got it every season for $17 a season.
Wow.
That's wow.
They actually portrayed the stuff that this blind lady goes through as far as being judged very, very accurately to what we have to deal with every day.
Here's down Gillian Lane. Let's see what this says. Looks like I want to do some digging because let me ask one more thing before you go. Hold on. I wonder if where can you order the full series of Down Gillian Lane dramatized version? Yes. Where do I get it? Okay, Keys for Kids offers the full thing on a flash drive or CDs. How much does it cost? Holy!
How much?
guess for the full thing on a flash drive, how much you think?
I'd say over $100.
$250.
Whoa.
On a CD set, $300.
Good grief.
Okay. I guess buying them, you know, like one season a month or something, or a week, or I don't even know, bro. That's crazy.
I know.
All right,
I
Brandon,
wish I had a
so
way to get it.
got 38 minutes till descent. So if you want to go listen till we start,
Okay.
that's fine.
All right.
And I'll get us set up for approach, and hopefully we have a good landing here.
All right. Give me a text when you're ready for me to come back, and we'll do the Bible study after you get landed.
Well, you'll be listening, so whenever I'm done. As soon as I get landed, just come on up to the room.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
Will do. We'll see you in a bit.
See you, brother. All right. Let's go ahead. Okay. 108.70. 276. 108.70. 108.
Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Contact Memphis Center on 134.4.
Switching to Memphis.
Ghost Star International with you at flight level 350.
Memphis Center, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey evening, maintaining flight level 350.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, good evening. Memphis Center here. Continue climb to flight level 350. Maintain current heading. Altimeter 30.03. Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, roger. Continue on course to Cincinnati. Maintain flight level 350.
Climb to flight level 350. Maintain current heading. Altimeter 3003. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Continuing on course to Cincinnati. Maintaining flight level 350. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Alright, be right back, folks. Hold tight. Got my dinner while we wait, folks. Okay, like I said, 3 of the drinks and a pack of the licorice, and I got you.
Send a message. Button. Okay, like I said, 3 of them. Double tap to open profile. Heather D. Froge Senior. That is supposed to be to you. Heather D. Froge Senior. I am headed to the store. I am headed to the store. Double tap to open profile. Heather D. Froge Senior. Okay, you got it. Okay, you got it. You, if you can just grab me 3 of those. Okay, you got it.
You know, I'm so grateful for friends because they're good to have. Voiceover messed that up, but I meant to say, let me know when you get here. I don't know, what was you thinking? I can call you here in a little bit. Alright guys, 25 minutes. I do like a roast, but I do not like anything to do with fat. Ugh. Never. never. Pat. Appreciate you guys. I'm surprised they didn't have more visitors or viewers coming through here, but yeah. Jacob Kearns, Tiger, thanks for following, bud. Man, only 29 viewers through here tonight. That hurts. But it is what it is. Right. Now, here we go. Just like that, baby.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Expect the Sargo 4 arrival. In about 20 minutes, I'll start your descent.
Expect the Sargo 4 arrival, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
See if I can. Let's see what we're looking at here. Ghost Star International. We still got about 18 minutes till descent. Is that okay?
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, that's fine. Continue as planned. I'll notify you when it's time to start your descent.
on 1 second, guys.
Flow completed. Descent checklist. Pressurization.
Set.
Recall.
Checked.
Auto brakes.
Set.
Landing data. 140. Minimums. 200.
Approach briefing. We're expecting the ILS approach for runway 27. The minimum altitude is 200 feet. We'll use auto brakes 4. We can expect to park at gate 5, 6. In case of go around, we'll climb per ATC instructions on the runway heading. Any questions?
I'm good.
Completed.
Descent checklist completed.
I'm gonna try something, you guys. Ghost Star International, can we go ahead and get approved to go to our holding point while we take care of an issue that we're having?
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey approved to proceed to your holding point.
I'm gonna do something, guys. I'm trying something. So I'm gonna take lefts off 4.
Approaching top of descent.
Now that's going to go hold at my holding point. I'm doing it for a test. We'll still be landing, But what should happen now is it's going to take us to our holding point, and that's where it's going to stay until I tell it otherwise.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Memphis Center on 133.65.
All right.
Switching to Memphis Center on 133.65, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back with you. We're going to be at a hold position, so we're good. So hold on 1 second.
Memphis Center, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Evening. We're descending through flight level 340.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Memphis Center. Good evening. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Memphis Center. Contact Indianapolis Center on 128.3.
Contacting Indianapolis Center on 128.3, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Indianapolis Center, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Evening, we're descending through flight level 310.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Indianapolis Center. Good evening.
Okay, let me see something real quick. We're gonna Ghost Star International, we're canceling hold. Going to start our descent for runway 27 ILS approach.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Descend via Sargo 4 into Cincinnati.
Descend via Sargo 4 into Cincinnati. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Alright, so we're back to our regular descent here. And we can still come back around and hold if we have to. Alright, so we're looking good here. Everything looks good. Now, let's play the little game called Guess That Sound. If you can guess what the sound is, you'll win me forever. Not much of a prize, I know. I understand. Alright, it's licorice though, actually. cruising right along, folks.
Transition altitude. Checked.
All right. Well, there is that. And I lost my other
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Contact Cincinnati approach on 119.7.
Contacting Cincinnati approach on 119.7. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Cincinnati approach. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Evening. Descending through 16,000.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Cincinnati approach. Good evening, Cincinnati. Altimeter 29.97. Expect the ILS runway 27 approach into Cincinnati.
Expect the ILS runway 27 approach. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Contact Louisville approach on 134.15.
Switching to Louisville approach on 134.15. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Louisville approach. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Evening. Descending past 14,000.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Louisville approach. Good evening, Cincinnati, altimeter 29.97.
brake armed.
Gold Star International reducing speed to 250 knots.
Gold Star 9 Delta Whiskey, Louisville approach, speed 210 knots. Gold.
Correction, speed 250 knots.
Cleared for the ILS approach to runway 27 at Cincinnati, maintaining current speed. Gold Star 9 Delta Whiskey.
Gold Star, do you have us on a direct to the ILS?
Gold Star International 9 Delta Whiskey, affirmative. You are on a direct heading for the ILS approach to runway 27 at Cincinnati.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Set speed 210.
Speed 210.
Flaps 1.
Flaps 1.
Set speed 190.
Speed 190.
Flaps 5.
Flaps 5. Command A on.
Landing lights on.
Set.
Logo light on. Wing lights on.
Set. Glide slope alive.
Set speed 170.
Speed 170.
Gold Star International, we're gonna have to do a missed approach going to hold.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, roger. Execute missed approach. Climb and maintain 3,000 feet. Expect vectors for the ILS approach runway 27 at Cincinnati.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Executing missed approach. Climb and maintain 3,000 feet. Expect vectors for ILS approach runway 27 at Cincinnati. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Contact Cincinnati Tower on 133.325.
Contacting Cincinnati Tower on 133.3. Cincinnati Tower, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Evening. We're established on the ILS approach for runway 27.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Cincinnati Tower, roger, continue approach.
You need to let them know we're going around for holding.
I'll let them know we're going around and request a holding pattern. Cincinnati Tower, Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey, going around. We'd like to request a holding pattern.
Gold Star International Niner Delta Whiskey, landing clearance canceled. Execute missed approach procedure. Contact departure on 119.7.
Executing missed approach. Contacting departure on 119.7. Departure, Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey. Evening, maintaining 2,000 feet.
Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey, departure. Good evening, Cincinnati altimeter 29.904. Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey, departure, turn left heading 090 vectors for the ILS runway 27 approach.
Left heading 090 for vectors to the ILS runway 27 approach. Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey.
Gold Star International Niner Delta Whiskey, turn left heading 085 vectors for the ILS runway 27 approach.
Left heading 085 for the ILS runway 27 approach. Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey.
Alright, so I still had to end up doing a go around because, again, not enough time to make that turn. So we're doing the go around, and then what I'm going to do is once we get to our holding position, I'll go ahead and we'll come out of that holding and go right to our heading for catching that approach. Alright, we got 6 miles until we start our hold. Gold Star International, we got about 6 miles until we hold.
Gold Star International 9 Delta Whiskey, roger, continue as planned. Advise when ready to resume approach.
Copy that. We will continue as planned and advise when ready to continue approach. Alright, we're about to be in our holding position, and then we will go for our approach again. If we have trouble with this approach again, we'll hold again, and then we're gonna try a different runway, because we shouldn't have no trouble. Oh, wow. Gold Star International, we're ready to resume our approach for runway 27.
Gold Star International 9 Delta Whiskey, cleared for the ILS approach to runway 27 at Cincinnati.
Cleared for the ILS approach to runway 27 at Cincinnati. Gold Star 9 Delta Whiskey.
Why is it? It won't go up the... Okay, it keeps on going on hold. I don't understand. VNav on. I don't want... Okay, as long as I got it at... Okay.
Flaps 10.
Alright, gonna go to flaps 10.
Gear down. Gear up. Gear down.
Looking at everything I got going here, does everything look okay to you?
Everything looks good from my side. You're maintaining a steady altitude and speed. Just keep an eye on your approach path and be ready for the ILS approach into runway 27 at Cincinnati. If you have any specific concerns, feel free to ask.
Right now it has altitude hold on, but as soon as I catch that ILS frequency, that will bypass that for the descent, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Once you intercept the ILS frequency, the autopilot will switch to the glide slope mode and begin the descent automatically. Just make sure you're in approach mode and have the correct frequency tuned in. It's a great system for ensuring a smooth and precise landing.
I have 108.70 for the frequency.
The frequency 108.70 is typically used for ILS localizer frequencies. Make sure you're tuned into the correct frequency for the ILS approach to runway 27 at Cincinnati. If you're ready, you should intercept the localizer and glide slope for a smooth approach. Keep an eye on your instruments to ensure you're aligned correctly. You're doing great.
Approach mode on. Command B on.
Can you catch the ILS frequency at 140 knots?
Absolutely, you can catch the ILS frequency at 140 knots. Just ensure you're stabilized on the localizer and glide slope. It's all about maintaining a steady approach speed and configuration. Keep up the good work.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Gold Star International 9 Delta Whiskey. Contact Cincinnati Tower on 133.325.
LDAV on.
Switching to Cincinnati Tower on 133.325. Gold Star 9 Delta Whiskey.
Flaps 40.
Cincinnati Tower, Gold Star 9 Delta Whiskey evening were established on the ILS for runway 27 approach.
Gold Star 9 Delta Whiskey, Cincinnati Tower, roger, continue approach. Gold Star 9 Delta Whiskey, Cincinnati Tower, winds 275 at 3, runway 27, cleared to land, caution bird activity.
Runway 27, clear to land. Gold Star 9 Delta Whiskey.
See, it's not even right, guys. You don't even have me by the airport. I think something's wrong with this because I was right there. Alright, we're going to try something. Alright, hold on, guys. I'm going to do something real quick.
Flow completed. Watch your airspeed.
Gold Star International. We're going to be coming in with runway 27 for our RNAV approach.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, roger. Continue RNAV approach for runway 27.
Guys, the reason I'm doing that is because we're getting nowhere. So we're not going to worry about Command B. How come when I try to turn on my VNAV, the HOD will not disengage?
VNAV issues can sometimes be due to the autopilot mode you're currently in or the aircraft's configuration. Ensure you're in the correct flight mode and that all necessary parameters like altitude and speed are set correctly. If VNAV still doesn't engage, it might be worth checking if there's any conflicting mode active, like altitude hold. Keep experimenting with the settings, and you'll get the hang of it.
IONAV is activated. I've got the altitude in for the runway, but HOD will not go off. The runway altitude is 900 feet. I've got it set to 1,000.
It sounds like you're trying to manage the autopilot modes for your approach. Make sure your approach mode is armed, as this will allow the autopilot to capture the glide slope once you intercept the localizer.
Approach mode on.
If the altitude hold won't disengage, double check that the approach mode is active and that you've intercepted the localizer. You're doing great. Keep it up.
$925. We'll see what it does here, guys. I don't know. It's just not letting me.
Approach mode on.
It just ain't gonna do it. I don't get it, guys. It won't land. It won't go to it.
Flaps 40. Command A on. Flaps 40.
I don't know. I don't understand. But anyway, I don't know what to do about it. I can't get it to.
VNAV on.
Unstable. Approaching runway 09.
Sync rate. Sync rate. Sync rate. Sync rate.
No.
Sync rate.
Oh, hold on.
Minimums. LNAV on.
Okay, let's see. Alright, we're lining up now. See, our CDU is disconnected. Because it don't even... Well, maybe we might be alright. We'll see.
Sink rate.
Speed breakout. Reverse thrust. 70 knots. Speed brake armed. Manual braking. Initiating after landing checks.
Well, wasn't the best landing in the world, but...
Flow completed. Shutting the aircraft down.
Alright, Brandon, come on up to the server, buddy. Tell Brandon Armstrong, as soon as I submit this flight, we're going to start. I'm ready for you to come up.
Sending to.
Send.
Flow completed. Shutdown checklist. Fuel pumps. Off. Probe heat. Off. Hydraulic pumps. Sit. Flaps. Up. Parking brake. Parking brake. On. Fuel control switches. Off. Weather radar.
Alright, guys, stay on. We're going to go to our Bible study now. I'm just going to turn this down. Alright. Well, that RNAV was a little hard, but
I gotta say, I don't like that airport. That was
I mean, we got landed with RNAV, but look how long it took me.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
And I don't like RNAVs because they're harder landings, but oh well, it still counted. It took the flight,
Don't
so
do that flight again.
no, I won't fly. I don't like that airport at all.
I don't either. And I haven't even flown it. I don't like it.
And I went what 3 times? I tried to go around 3 different times.
3 different times, yeah.
Okay, so let's see here. Okay. So which one are we on?
Episode 4.
So we already did Jesus Loves the Little Children?
Yeah, that's the last one we did.
Okay, the rock on which it is built. Alright, guys. Here we go, Brandon. No, before I hit enter here, the next flight is to San Antonio, which after we get done, I'm curious. I might do that one tonight. Have you ever flown there?
I haven't. I think you ought to do the tour guide on that flight because I want to see some of the cool things that you fly over when you're coming into Texas.
Okay.
Especially around the San Antonio area.
So after the Bible study, we'll do the tour guide, and we'll go to San Antonio. What is that, California
San Antonio?
Or is that Florida?
Huh?
Where is that at?
Where is what at?
San Antonio. Where is it? Is that?
It's in Texas. I've been there.
Oh, San Antonio, Texas. Okay.
Yeah, I've been there. I haven't flown there, but I've been there by car.
Oh. Hopefully it's a big airport.
I think it is. They've got a lot of cool things there. Like maybe when you're coming in, maybe you'll go over the Riverwalk.
Well, it's good at giving information on that stuff, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. Okay, browse.
Sorry we're not able to get Casey on with us, folks.
Hold on, do I got the right one?
Angel Studios. Chinnereth, 948 BC. In dwindling daylight, people are preparing
wait a minute. Okay. Browse. The rock on which it's built. Alright, it might have been the right one, I don't know. But here we go.
Angel Studios. A ribbon of moonlight is reflected on the water as a boat rows past. Simon sits on the edge of the boat while 4 soldiers are rowing. A 5th is holding a torch. He and Simon are peering into the distance across the water. Simon spots something floating.
Oh, slow down. Slow down.
As they approach, he plucks it from the water. The soldier with the torch watches him.
What is it?
It's a fishing bobber. So? That means we're close. Good job.
Simon looks at the soldier, then examines the bobber. It's marked with the letter Z. He glances out over the water, then returns his gaze to
Marked
the
with
bobber.
what? A Z?
The
A
soldier
Z.
is watching him.
His name starts with the S though, doesn't it?
Simon looks toward
Yes.
the watery horizon.
Hard to port!
All the soldiers turn to look at him.
This way!
Simon points.
Romans.
They turn the boat slowly. Simon studies the water ahead of them. He grasps the edge of the boat tightly. The soldiers are jolted forward.
You stupid sea rat. You hit a sandbar. Why are you not listening to me? I told you to go this way.
The soldier with the torch glares at Simon. VidAngel Studios presents Across a Black Background.
Now I'm going to pause a second. You know, the interesting thing is, back then, maybe not that far as what I'm talking about, but it used to be to serve your country, the most you had to do was go and sign up. They didn't put you through the way they do it now. It's a lot different. Back then, if you volunteered to fight for your country, you go. You know, and I'm talking years ago, not like 20 years ago. I'm talking many years ago. 150 years ago, 100 years ago. Probably 150 years ago. Because if you ever watched a lot of the movies that based on like slavery and all that, did you not ever notice that back then kids could go at 14, 15 years old? Could you imagine your child at 13 running away to be in the army?
I can imagine that.
And nothing you could do about it. Anyways, hope y'all enjoy this. This is The Chosen. We are continuing on 3 where we left off. Right? 4 where we left off. So, if you got questions about it, I will open the chat at the end. I don't pay attention to the chat while we're listening, but I will when it's, we're either going to do 1 or 2. We'll see how quick it goes.
Simple gray fish symbols swim across the screen. A single fish moves in the opposite direction from all the others. A second fish joins the first, swimming against the others. More and more fish follow the ones moving in the opposite direction. Soldiers have Simon by the arms as they walk on the shore.
Accidents happen, boys. Nothing to be ashamed of.
There's no accident. You know the sea better than anyone. That's why you smell of it.
A sword is drawn.
I want you to remember this, Simon, son of Jonah. This is kindness.
The soldier slices Simon's ear.
Quintus, on the other hand, is capable of savage violence against those who betray him. I can hold him off for a week, perhaps. Think of Eden.
If you can walk down the same road.
Now, why did he cut his ear? I thought they were with him to protect him.
No.
Why are
they weren't.
Why are
they
so?
were trying to make him find somebody.
Okay.
Soldier hits him.
Make good on your promises, dog.
Simon is doubled over as the soldiers walk away. At the Hammer, men are playing knucklebones at tables, and a drink is poured from a pitcher. Simon's brother Andrew is at a table with 3 other men. Simon walks up and sets down drinks.
Thanks for coming, Zebedee.
Oh, the boys didn't have to twist my arm too hard to get me to have a drink. Is that business or pleasure?
And this? No, ran out of bait. Figured I'd give my ear a try.
Maybe someone didn't like your sense of humor. Why are we here, Simon?
I made a deal with the Romans.
Romans? Simon?
Doesn't say anything about any deal to us, Sabah.
You see the wound? Doesn't look like Simon gave them what they wanted, does it? Use your brains. Go on.
I owed taxes.
We all do.
A lot. They were set to take the boat, our houses.
Or?
Give up a fleet fishing on Shabbat. You knew about this?
One of the men points to Andrew.
Thank you for your honesty, Simon. If I may return the favor, I'm shocked you'd even show your face here, much less ask me to join you.
I won't argue that. I'm trapped, but puts me in a valuable position.
Really? Now tell me, what's the value of a dead traitor?
I'm not a traitor.
You're finished on the docks, Simon.
Leave him. Come on, Baba.
I know their plans, Zebedee. They're coming for you.
They're playing you, kid.
Zebedee looks from Simon to Andrew and back again.
Sorry. I can't help it.
Zebedee and the 2 others stand.
You fished the Gergesa ashore last night.
That's who they were looking for
They
earlier.
stop and look at Simon. Zebedee holds up one hand to signal to the other 2 men. The 3 of them sit back down.
Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. You dock 6 ships. Pretty soon, everyone in the Hammer knows where you were. What they can't tell you is where I'll be next time.
Simon sets the bobber on the table.
There's only 3 ships, Zebedee. I was practically in your wake with some soldiers. Many more waiting on shore for you to offload.
How did he make it out of there?
I made sure the boat had an unfortunate accident, then lost part of my wife's favorite ear.
Thanks, friend. No, don't thank him. He chose to deal with Rome. So what was your play gonna be, huh? Be shopping around for an ally? Someone to take you on in exchange for turning over his competitors?
No, it's way stupider than that. I want you to turn over your catch.
The 3 men exchange glances.
What did he say?
Wait, turn it over to who?
To me. Then you stay off the sea on Shabbat. For a while, anyway. I could tell Quintus the problem is solved.
This is pointless. He's right.
It's just one night's work.
40 nights. One for every man that made the sacrifice to be away from his family.
And all 40 went home in the morning because of me.
Yes, Simon, because you couldn't bear it if you ruined us as you ruined yourself. We owe you a great debt for that. I cannot repay you by stealing food from the mouths of my men. I'm sorry.
Later, Matthew enters a Roman office with a guard.
Matthew, the tax collector, Brutal.
Quintus is looking out a window.
Fruit here is incredible. Pomegranates, dates, figs, berries, the olives. Everything that grows here is immaculate.
He faces Matthew.
Except the people. You're such a miserable lot. You worship one God, and yet you're all divided. You see, people complain we Romans run the world, but I know a dirty secret.
Matthew listens intently.
You people want to be ruled. You want an excuse to complain. It's part of your nature. Do you understand that, Matthew?
I don't know.
No, you wouldn't. Oh, you're a single-minded machine. These things are beneath you. Where's your escort?
He didn't want to enter. He feels that my lack of social graces...
He thinks you'll get him killed.
Yes.
Not today, Matthew, no. Today, I am in need. You heard me right. I am in need of your machine.
My machine?
Your mind, Matthew. Keep up. You might have been right about Simon. Don't cross me. Maybe. Probably. Truth is, I don't have many seaworthy troops here. It might have been an accident.
Quintus is looking down at items on his desk.
Dominus?
Follow Simon. I want to know where he goes, with whom he meets. Tell me what they're talking about, what he's drinking. Anything.
The latter may prove difficult. In fact, all of what you request, Dominus, may prove difficult.
But you're a resourceful man. Goal-oriented.
Quintus steps around the desk to Matthew.
I'm not accepted.
Where?
Anywhere. I'm a tax collector.
Viewed with jealousy.
Hated. Everyone hates tax collectors. They're worse than the Romans. You were born Roman. I made the choice.
So go in disguise, I don't care.
Quintus hands him a small notebook.
You can write, can't you?
Yes.
Write everything. Every detail. Is your booth protected?
Yes, Dominus. My dog guards it while I'm away.
Oh, Matthew, you are a priceless treasure. Of course you have a dog.
Meanwhile, in the synagogue, Shmuel is with other Pharisees.
I saw it with my own eyes.
Okay, so
Stretched from the edge of the Jordan.
someone said, who is Dominus? Brandon, I'll give that to you.
I think Dominus is a Roman soldier.
I think what they want to know is, what is he doing? Like, what is his mission?
I wonder if he means Quintus.
The guy that was just laughing is who he's talking about.
Yeah, I think that's Quintus, not Dominus.
Yeah, that's Quintus. So you might.
Quintus is a Roman.
Oh yeah, it
centurion
is. Yeah, they're talking about Quintus.
Yeah, he is a Roman centurion, which is the modern equivalent of a commander in the military, and he is searching for Simon.
Very interesting. Someone had said, we don't understand the value of food today as we live. I would agree with that.
Isn't it interesting that food back then was used for money, not actual...
Well, food was money, but food was living, and
yeah,
food was a very valuable identity, commodity to your family, and you.
Yeah, so you literally ate it to survive, and you used it to survive.
To survive. And today, food is just so open that we don't care how we get it, where we get it, when we get it, who we get it. If you look back at how much life has changed, even way past that, let's just go back. Let's go back 100 years. What would you be doing today 100 years ago?
Probably nothing.
You wouldn't be on a phone.
No.
Wouldn't be on a computer.
Wouldn't be on the internet.
Wouldn't be on any technology whatsoever.
Nope.
Well, go back the Apple computer. Not the Apple like iPhone Apple, but the old Apple computers, you know what I'm talking about? The old
Yeah. Doesn't go back that far though.
floppy drive. Do you not know how old them computers are?
They're not 100 years old, I promise you.
They're not far from it. I promise you that. Brandon, we're talking about computers that were in school when we were in school. That's 40 years ago alone.
I get that. But if you're talking about
the old
that kind of
Apple
stuff-
floppy drive computer, I'm telling you, it's more than just 40 or 50 years old. Bet you.
Hang on. Okay, I'm gonna just.
I'm gonna ask. Hold on.
Let me see something. Computer.
What?
When did the Apple computer with the floppy drive come out? Okay, it is a little bit old, 1977, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Those computers are almost 100 years, almost 100 years old.
Computer, how many years ago was 1977?
Well, I mean, Brandon, it was 47. It's a little over 50 years. You're not following what I'm saying here. That's the technology.
The technology's definitely changed over the past 50 years.
We didn't have technology like we got today.
No.
What year was the first computer created?
I think in the 1940s.
The concept of a computer dates back to Charles Babbage's mechanical difference and analytical engines. But the first electronic computer was the brainchild of Dr. John Vincent Adanasoff and his graduate student Clifford Berry, resulting in the Adanasoff-Berry computer, ABC, by 1942.
Okay.
1942. So
isn't that amazing?
You see where I'm going with this? It goes.
Yeah.
If you go back 100 years, we had no technology, man. I mean, what are we going to do on one of them? I don't even know what kind of computer that is. I believe it's one of the.
It was a vacuum type computer. The machines of that era in the 1940s, from what I've done research on, they were so big, they literally took up an entire room, and to fix them, they actually had people that had to go inside of them physically.
I had a computer that I got from my ex-wife's grandpa.
Mm-hmm.
He had this computer when he was younger, and it was old. It was this big square box. It had a little small monitor on the left side and a floppy drive on the right side.
Wow.
And
I bet it was those 3 1/4 inch floppies too.
It was the big ones.
Yeah.
And the keyboard was part of the door, so when you opened the door, the keyboard was connected to it.
Oh wow.
It was old. It was like they came up with like a laptop version, but it wasn't a laptop by no means.
Yeah.
It was like taking this computer keyboard and attaching it to a metal box and making it like a lid. That's what it looked like.
That is amazing.
So, let's move on.
Then into the acacia groves as far as the eye could see. All of them awaiting an immersion in the river by a loud man in camel skin.
And not for purification.
He called it a baptism of repentance, a forgiveness of sin.
What exactly did he say? Have you seen him before?
I have not. That is what he said. Rabbi, is there precedent for this?
Nicodemus steps closer.
What of his speech?
Rabbi?
His words. The message. Did he advocate rabbinic law? Did he call for revolution, violence?
Not violence. But I haven't told you the worst part. One of our own approached him, and he called all of us snakes.
Us?
Yes, religious leaders.
Snakes?
He ranted like a madman about how worthless we were.
What else?
What else? What could be worse than that?
It depends on who he is.
He told tax collectors and soldiers not to extort money or collect more than